Hello.
Yo, 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 yo! Canada Doom starts this stream. If you want to fight, type something in the Twitch chat, baby! Tap it up! Oh, holy fuck, what the hell is happening on the screen? What?
Welcome
What the
to
fuck?
the crew.
No, you.
What the fuck? Okay. What the hell, man? Don't kill me, no! Alright, we're starting to stream them. Alright, boys, let's do this. So last night, EMP was helping me a lot, by the way. Big shout out to EMP. Good friend of mine. He had some stuffs in the mistyped him. So he had some stuff to let us playtest the or he was playtesting it, but we were testing a hit version, which worked really well. Like, we had ridiculous amounts of hits per second. We reached like 8 to 10,000 award with the build. The problem we had with it, like the biggest problem we had, was actually getting high award when we had low award. Fast knows when? Don't know. So the build was really good in terms of damage output and whatnot. I might actually make a build out of it. The problem was that we were having issues building a ward, so it turns kind of squishy, and the solution was Twisted Heart of Chaos with Chaos Bolts, courtesy of MP, by the way. Now, I don't think that's a good solution. So I have to humor the idea of playing I have to humor the idea of playing a dot version with a warlock. And I'm not sure, because I kind of feel like we have to do a dot with it. That's what I'm thinking, at least. So we'll see how we're gonna do this. Because there's a couple ways you could do it. You could go with the Ursil's Pride for the mana regen per uncapped lightning rest shit. I don't think we're gonna do that, because I think I'd rather use an Acropolis plate if I can find it. Why is Necroplate not here? That one. But that is if we do ward with it, right? So I guess that's gonna be the big question. Are we still doing ward? And I think we're pretty much settled on that. And helmet-wise would probably be a Raven Crown for the spell damage, but we could do Necropolis for ward and gain on kill, but ward gain the ward threshold, just for defensive purposes. And we would use the Stygian Coal here. And then we have a couple choices, right? We could run with Viper Tail, because then we get poison on hit. We get slow, but we'll need LP if we're gonna do that. Ring-wise, we have access to Font of the Erase, for example. That's health and mana, but I'm not sure if Font of the Erase is gonna be worth it at that point. I know for a fact that we're gonna run a Singularity if we don't do crits. For sure. The thing is, I'm gonna try to set something up, and then we'll have to play with it in game. So I have a 100 warlock here that we can respec and play with, and we'll see what kind of gear we have access to, and we go from there. I'll make a loot filter out of it as well. Boots. We have a couple of options mod-wise. Let me see if we can find where everything is. Because we can do the reduced damage taken from crits. Because then we can have poison on hit from the blessing. That means Citadel boots. That means those. And pretty sure we're gonna do the arcane bracers for the mana region. And I know for a fact that we're gonna want crit avoidance here. Problem with this is we need 50%, right? So we need a tier 6 or higher on the gloves. Unless we want the second mod of it. So I'm thinking we do a tier 5. And then we add a sealed affix of a void of like tier 2. Or tier 3 even. I go to defensive layers. Reduce crit damage taken. No, wait, that's crit avoidance. My bad. My bad. So fuck that one. We do this one. And we do a sealed tier 2 like this. That puts us on 70% reduced. I fucking did it again, man. Come on. Armor reduced damage taken for crits. Tier 2 save. Here. So 83% on average rolls, max 94. I think like something like this would have to be the play. I think that's going to be the play. Generically, at least, for damage reductions. Unless we do a higher tier on this, but I'd rather avoid that. We would run a homunculus bile for the poison. Save. I think that the easiest way to solve resistance issues would be to run an Omni. Which should be pretty easy to get access to in general. So we cover a lot of our resistances through an Omni. Plus level of all skills. So I think this is how I want to run it. And then it's the question on the Viper Tail. So if we do something like this and we search for poison, for example. So this one's completely irrelevant. We don't want to use sets. So it would only be the Viper Tail. Or we run a Spider Silk. Right? Problem is, poison damage, poison rest. We don't have access to poison chance. And the application of poison is very easy. And getting LP on a Viper Tail is not a hard thing to achieve. So we could run this, but the problem with this, in my opinion, is that Viper Tail will then only serve the purpose of being there for the chance to poison. The other problem we have is the rings, because we have the Aberrant. If I can find it. Where is it? It's called Aberrant Seer. It levels up poison skills and chance to apply poison on spell hit, which I definitely want to run, but we lack a lot of other stuffs from this. We get poison damage from this, because it will be very heavily focused on poison, right? We can always run Fun to the Erase. We can always run an Ursils. The thing is, the way I want to play this is we're going to do a ton of poison stacks, right? So this allows us to run something like the Mad Alchemist Ladle, because it gives us... Let me double check. It's a wand, Mad Alchemist Ladle, right? So this gives us slow, frailty, shred armor, electrify poison, because mainly we're talking about the poison one, right? So let's say we add this, but if we look at poison modifiers, we have poison penetration here, but nothing else. If you go with a scepter, poison damage, chance to poison on hit. So I don't know. I think Mad Alchemist Ladle is going to have to be the play. And we just ramp up tons and tons of dots with this, or ailments on the enemies. So I don't really care about this modifier. It doesn't do shit. This one's nice. But we get this one very easily stacked up, and then we get poison chance, right, being the most important one. And then if you want to keep up with the mana regen, we're gonna have to do tier 7 on this. And then we have not poison, but over time damage, like this. So we can make it look like this very easily. You need poison chance so much that it would make you go from 1 to scepter. No, I think that this will be the play. But like, if we compare this, let's make another planner just to get something to compare with. Let's say I make a scepter. Scepter allows us to do, let's see, we have Celestial Scepter, 72, or actually Argent Scepter, which gives us damage over time, right? So if I go to Wand, it's much lower. So we could use a Scepter, the Argent Scepter, just for the sake of getting some damage over time effects. And if we do this, we have damage over time. If we look at poison, we can get poison damage. As an example. And we have chance to poison on hit. And if we look at other suffixes, we can get some other stats in here. It's kind of whatever. But I think the penetration is the one we're losing out on compared to a 1, right? So we get necrotic, poison. Actually, we do get shared poison pen. So this is how an exalted item would look. Now the real question is, do we benefit from this more than a Mad Alchemist Ladle that looks like this? I guess the problem is the mana, right? Because we would still need the whole mana. So maybe the first one becomes this, and this one goes down to tier 5, and we play it like this instead. So what is the real difference between this and the Mad Alchemist? Well, we get 80% damage on the base, which the Mad Alchemist Ladle doesn't do at all. We get Armor Shred, which we're going to cap the living fuck out of with this. We get Electrify, doesn't matter, but we get 48% chance to poison on hits. Here we get the same. We also get the poison on hits. We get poison penetration from there, but we get 48% more spell damage from the Mad Alchemist Ladle. That's only LP2 for that matter. So essentially the differences would be poison penetration, and then you're comparing 48 more spell damage versus 80% increased spell damage. No, the numbers say the number is 48% more spell damage. It's 6 times 8 because it stacks up to 8, which we're gonna have very quickly. So I think Mad Alchemist Ladle wins on this, and if you get an LP3, if you look at that LP3 on a wand, we take a wand. If we look at a wand, and we look poison, no, over time, we get mana. Sorry, prefixes are obviously going to be mana over time. So if we look at the suffixes on a wand, if we were to do a triple LP3, I don't think we can get shred. We can't. But LP3 will allow us to do the shared penetration. And anything around that, or besides that, I don't know. It really doesn't matter. I guess we would put necrotic pen because we still do some. Well, actually, we won't, but we can do that anyways for other builds, I guess. Or maybe the ignite. So I think Mad Alchemist Ladle wins this battle quite effectively.
Welcome to the crew.
So thank you, Alex, for the 86 months earlier. Draga shot with the 2 months. Hope you guys are doing great. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. I missed that, Draga. Sorry. Thank you, boys. I missed the Alexa one earlier. Thank you, guys. More spell grenade sounds OP. It kind of is, right? But like, this is how I think it will do. So I guess the questions I have is Viper Tail versus a regular one. Do we use Font of the Erase? Do we go with a regular one? Do we do another tongue? This is irrelevant for us. Over time. That's fire. That's useless. Base-wise, we can get defensive stats. We can get a Sapphire for the mana region. Celestial for the threshold. I'm not so confident. I mean, I guess we kind of have to decide our defensive layers as well. Let me see. I have another planner here. So if we do poison, let's do the passive tree first, actually. So the passive tree, we have options of doing this and this. That gives us access to some vitality. Now, vitality, let's see, we have it here somewhere. Vitality is necrotic rest, poison rest, and HP. So not too chabby. We could go for this. We deal increased damage. You lose a percent of your max HP per second if you've killed an enemy recently. That's kind of whatever. This is just for damage stacking. This is if we're going to stick into the idea of ramping up HP as a defensive layer. Now, I'm going to use Profane Veil just for mobility. That's my plan. I'd rather make sure that this one's stacked up because of Necromancer's Intelligence. And then you have the idea of Mania of Mortality. Now, I think the question comes down to, are we going to stack minions and make Profane Veil a minion eater strategy? I think that's the biggest question. Because if we do something like that, we could run Profane Veil. We can run Spirit Plague. And we can just jump into the form. But we can also have a Putrescence for resummoning minions of zombies, which would mean that we would put the Putrescence here. Maybe even skipping Tongue of Aberrance here. I mean, obviously, we would LP the fuck out of this. What's up, King? How you doing, dude? So I guess the decision has to be this. Are we going ward or not? Now, you got to keep in mind, there's two things to think about with the Stygian Coal, right? One is the Stygian Beam frequency is going up per intelligence. And then you have more Stygian Beam damage per 10 current mana. So we want mana, and we're going to want the other approach. That means that this blessing turns into mana to start with. We get mana from this one. This one, we're going to do poison. Chance to apply poison. Save. This one, very likely, if we do life, we do endurance. That's an example. Sounds good, Gapsy. We can get flat armor. Now, we know that for some abilities, it counts as us channeling when we're casting the life drain. For most, it does not, so this won't work. So in here, we would, if we do life, we do endurance. If we don't do life, we do flat armor. That's just it, right? And in here, we have physical resistance, potentially. It's going to be the case here. We'll see, since we're running Omni, right? And then we have HP from here if we do life. We don't do crit, so this is useless. And we don't need crit. So I guess we do life no matter what in this slot. And this is, again, if we don't do life-based. And I don't think we should. I definitely don't think we should. So if we then do energy shield-based, the play is very simple. We put points in this, and then we put 5 points in here. we get ward retention, necrotic rest. And the thing is with this node is that it gets us ward gain on nearby enemy death, or nearby death. That's ally or minion dice or enemy. Now the idea would be to cycle minions, which would increase the idea of running a putrescence in this specific slot. So we'll humor that idea. Lich nodes, we're gonna want mana regen and intelligence for obvious reasons. We're not gonna run this. And then we have the poison damage, poison duration, which wouldn't be bad. And then we want that node. So how do we effectively get there without bricking the Lich tree? We're not gonna take anything from the Necro. So we can do Desolation for damage over time. We can get... This one's completely useless. Necrotic damage useless. Health, leech, I guess that's okay. But we can get that from the Warlock through here. So I think we just put 5 points into Desolation so that we can reach Lasting Stench. That's 7%. This is also 7%, but we get Poison Duration here. So we would put 5 points in here, and that would max out this. That's 28 points in this tree. But we do get the intelligence that we still want. However, this is flat mana and ward retention. Mental Cacophony is actually really good for this approach. Lasting Stench, yeah. Anyways, so if we go to the Warlock side of things, we need 5 points in this. Just straight off the bat, this is going to be a very mana-intensive build. Mana per intelligence. We need the 5 points in here. Each point is only 1 extra intelligence, so that would be like a place where we smack in extra points, right? Spell and Curse is useless, whatever. Damage over time and HP. More damage over time to Cursed. That is only 4% if we put 5 points in here. And I don't think that's worth it, because the next one's Bleed and shit, and we don't do Bleed Overload. So I think Vile Tide will be the best case scenario. We want poison chances. And if we do, when you cast a damage over time skill, enemies within 50 meters are combined with stacks of poison, we get Poison Overload, which means we're going to start casting Defiling Nova. Now, I want this, because what this does is pretty cool. When you have Poison Overload, using a potion spreads stacks of poison from all enemies within 15 meters, right? So that's the way this works. But we cast the Defiling Nova. How do I see the info on that? Which button do I have to press? There's a way to do that. Defiling Nova, resources, skills. Defiling Nova. This is not a dot. Interesting. And if we do poison... shit. I have to double check a thing. But I can't show that. I need to double check a thing so I don't forget. I'm gonna need a second, guys. I am gonna need a second. Hold on. It's gonna go quickly. AoE clear. Flee to heal US and get back to the home country a few weeks. That sounds good, dude. Takes a while to boot this. I gotta double check a thing. It's kind of fundamental for what I'm trying to do. I missed the LE launch. Ooh, that's a rough one, dude. Let's see. I don't have a character that I can double check this on. right. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. Anyways. I know if he's got an LE guide for the new league. I don't know, but you can type exclamation mark build. If you go to Icy Veins and go to Last Epoch in the top right corner, you'll find a ton of my build guides here. I got tons of them. I mean, just look at the Wraith Lord army in game as an example. Chaos Bolt Harvest. So I got tons of guys up on Icy Veins. Anyways, so what we want to do is right. That's fair. This one is ridiculously good because we get ward per second per intelligence. However, this is really good if we're gonna go for the ward decay threshold per 1% necro. And I'm not sure where the solution is because we're gonna need to be in a position where we're gonna consume minions. And if we want that as the ward problem, because I want a solution to the ward. But we could skip this and we do 1 point in here to get this one. The problem is I have verified with EMP that when I'm casting Life Drain, it does not count as channeling for this purpose, but it does count as channeling for other purposes. And that puts us in a very awkward position. Because right now, we don't have any health scaling. We're looking at consistent ward pushing, which means that this would actually be interesting to run. Ward gain on kill is good. Ward decay threshold is really good. So I would put 3 points in here, and I would put 3 points in here. Just to get the ward decay threshold per 1% necro res. Now, the problem with this, now it's attractive to use the Barbute helmet. But are we really going to be sitting in a position where we're going to have enough generation of it? So when we look at leech nodes, that's another thing we haven't looked at yet. So we're going to need a few points in the leech, no matter what we do. What other options do we have? Poison overload, spread poison from all enemies. Ward on potion use. Ward per second, and then you get less damage taken per curse on the enemy. I guess the question would be, is damned, for example. Ailment. Damned, does it count as a curse? It's not. Is withering a curse? Increase curse damage. What's up, Roadstay doing, dude? Michaela, what's up? Do we care about damn chance? I don't think so. We don't care about ignite chance. Less damage taken from withered is not a bad thing to do. 5 points in here is actually not a bad thing. And if we look at withering, it increases curse damage taken. And damage reduced health region. So if we do withering, it's just curse damage taken, and we don't do damage with curses. This won't work. Only time we're actually applying a channeling effect that actually gets affected by that is when we're in Profane Veil. And this doesn't work either. We don't get ward per second per intelligence whilst we're channeling. That only happens when we're inside Profane Veil. This is pre-patch notes, yes. I mean, this could work, but again, we're looking at ward, right? Try Ghost Flame. No, because there's a node that makes us have 100% uptime of Wandering Spirit as long as we're casting or channeling Life Drain. And that works when you do the cast version of Life Drain. So essentially the build is going to be played where we are casting Life Drain. And the reason for that is this drain life repeatedly cast Stygian beams instead of its normal draining effects. So all I'll do is throw out the Life Drain on the ground and I will shoot beams. And then I will make the Life Drain, even if I'm casting it, it is making the Wandering Spirit 100% uptime. So now I'm casting this and I have 100% uptime of the Wandering Spirits. Then I want Profane Veil as a backup skill, right? So that's like kind of like the list of abilities that we're going to be playing with. But the problem I had when we did a hit version with a Lich, it did damage. Like we were critting 100k like several times per second. It was insane to see. Problem was, we got 8 to 10,000 ward, but if we got hit, it would take us a long time to get up there. And I think that the best solution to that is this, because we can still be channeling when we're in Profane Veil. So I want to push ward because we're going to have like 150 fucking intelligence with this build. Like way over 100 intelligence. And each point of intelligence gives us ward retention. So it's like, if we're gonna do that route, I might as well push the idea of playing with ward. Because I'm not sure how we would make this build actually handle surviving without ward for higher tier content. So this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Well, the third mod doesn't work. This would allow us to run a barbute helmet, but I'm not sure about these nodes. I wouldn't mind Withering Chance and just put 5 points in here for the less damage taken for defensive reasons. I don't mind the dam chance, but I don't think we're going to run it. We're looking at poison, so the idea of Ignite or Damned Overload for the Witchfire is irrelevant. Malefic Body is Vitality and Intelligence. Now again, Intelligence is War Retention, Vitality is HP, Necro Poison Rust. And then we have this, which is double damage chance, which doesn't apply to us, or the crit doesn't matter either, right? So there's those small things, right? So when you directly cast a curse skill, you will also inflict a number of enemies around the target location with Anguish. And I'm not sure about Anguish. What was Anguish? Less damage over time. So they just do less damage over time. And we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that either. So the reason I want to push these things is I want this. Because I'm going to run an AOD. And the reason I want AOD is this gives us a fuckload of HP. But that's the thing, Silver Surfer. The cast of Drain Life, for some reason, counts as channeling for the Wandering Spirit. But it does not count as channeling for these things. So if I do an ailment stacking thing, then I might as well maybe just go life. Life, leech, endurance, stack that shit up. Because I'm going to stack a stupid amount of lowered effect on myself, right? Or negative ailments on myself. It's damned, right? Yeah. And what damned is doing on me is reducing my health regen. So I can't rely on health regen if I stack this living fuck out of it, because I'm going to inflict damage on myself. So that's what I want to do, because 5 points in here is a ridiculous amount of damage per negative ailment. And then I can stack ailment on myself through damning myself and applying AOD, which will stack negative ailments on myself consistently. Other nodes we want in here, those are irrelevant. I'm gonna want Fleeting Crone for obvious reasons. Fuck that one. You deal more damage over time for each active ailment overload. So here's another perk of running Mad Alchemist Ladle. We are going to be doing poison, electrify, shred, frailty, slow. Never mind. We could take damned overload. We could do some ignition for the overload. So 5 points in each just to get that. Because that would give us... But it's only 3% per overload. So I don't think it's worth it, actually. My problem with it is if we're doing the ward... If we're not doing the ward... This is going to be problematic. Like, I don't mind this, but... Minions feel floaty. So I want... Well, this is a traveling node. We'll do Fleeting Crone. I guess the real question would be... How do we make a life version out of this function? I mean, first off, we would need endurance, which we can change this blessing to be endurance. We could do that. That is an option. I just don't know which nodes. I have 35 unspent. Which nodes would we do to progress? We would also change these. Would go for... I don't care about leech. We don't care about region. So I guess we would do vitality then. Armor into vitality or something. That could be the play. If we were to do that. I still need to do 10 more points to reach Fleeting Crone. No matter what I do, I have to put 10 points, which I guess would be Malefic Body, Fleeting Crone, and then stacking this one. That puts me on 15 points left over. I mean, that's literally the play, right? Let's see, skill-wise, we're gonna want Wandering Spirit, we're gonna want Profane Veil, we're gonna want Life Drain, and we're gonna want AOD. So I guess we could do a Bone Curse or Transplant at that point. I just don't know where else I would put the points at this case. Like, we have 15, but... Now we've done needs or ward decay threshold. So if we look at ward-related nodes, we basically only taken these here. And in the Lich, we haven't taken anything either. So it's only these 12 points and those 6 points here. But if we look at life, or it's health, sorry. If we look at health scaling, we could do this to get armor HP. We're not cursing that much, though. And we're definitely going to want leech nodes, so we're very likely going to have to spend more in this anyways. The amount of vitality we're getting is just getting necro poison and HP. Region is irrelevant. Those are irrelevant. So I guess these points turns into... Like, health region is so irrelevant for us because we're going to damn ourselves so fucking hard. It means we would change bases to probably endurance basis where we can. If we were to do that. 5 HP per node, it seems so bad. We could move the leech nodes into this one. We get spell damage, leech's health, and we also get some HP, so we can get some from there. From this node instead, so we get HP and leech at the same time. Problem, I guess, is now we're looking at the necessity of life everywhere we can get it. And we would need to sustain the life. And war just has such an easy time of doing that, right? We would be able to save 6 points from here. I can't drop that because I need the points to get there. So if I were to change some... I mean, are we going to humor the idea of going life instead of into a ward? Because the biggest issue we had when we playtested the hit version... I mean, I'll humor it. I'll humor it. Well, we can put points in here for damage as well. Ward is getting some attention, yes. We don't care about health region. So I can get my leech from this node. I can put 5 points in here. Take away the leech. Say 5 points in there just for the leech. Now I can drop this. I need 2 more points. I kind of want these nodes, though. 5 points in here for armor and HP. And then this is ward per second. And 5 points for less damage taken per curse. We're not going to get a lot of curse. But it is less damage. Now, I guess the... Anguish is a curse. Bone curse. So Withering is a curse. Where do we have Wither chance right now? We have Wither chance. So I could do 5 points in here. Just for that extra defensive layer. So if I look at the ward nodes we have right now, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Nothing. And then it's these points, right? We need 20 points in here. And if we look at these nodes, we can do armor for armor scaling, which wouldn't be bad. We can do vitality. And again, vitality would give us HP and some res. How much armor are we up on right now? 1100. And they have a new release on the 9th Monday nights. So we could choose between getting armor, but it's only 20 per node, and that's... Do we want any of these other nodes? I don't think so. I think we stack up 8 points vitality. Or armor. If we do 8 points vitality and then 4 points in here. The problem is we don't get poison and necrotic rest now from the ward retention and natural preservation. We'll have to live without that, but we get some from vitality instead. 2 points left over, which I could literally just shove in for more leeching, which might actually be needed. None of these are worth chasing. This is only 3% more, because we're only going to have one overload. Here's the thing. I could take the leech down. They're going to be cursed through withering, so we could take the leech here. And we don't need those 5. We can cut those and do a couple of points in here instead. We can even do 2 points in there, potentially. We are going to poison ourselves quite heavily, though. But that would allow us to take 5 points in this to have more damage when we do poison overload. Let's say we do that. As an example, skill-wise, Wandering Spirit, we would go for poison, so we definitely do this. We won't reveal rate up because of how this works. We're gonna need to go up here. So that's 3 points. 1 to max this. And we're gonna need 2 points in damage to poison for the spectral putrescence. And we're gonna want them to shoot the projectiles. We don't need this. Reveal range and damage increase. We could run that. I think we'll just do this, because that's a multiplicative damage scaling. We can make them faster. It's not really needed, since we're going to now make them shoot ranged. We don't need Shreddy Necrotic. Duration is not needed. Rearrange doesn't matter. That's not something that's going to help us. I mean, it's more damage. We can max this out. This is how we could play it, right? That's one way of doing it. We're definitely doing 2, 3, 1 in this, because we don't want the channel cost to go up. We get some leech from this as well, for that matter. So 2 points. 1 for this is the cast one, and then we do this one to have the Dark Jackal duration going up, which is very important. We're gonna want the damage cap, damage per damage stack. Do we care about this? Definitely want damage stacks. And we're gonna want damage duration. And we need to get there, so we don't have a choice, right? That puts us on 4 unspent points. We don't really do damage with this. That's the whole thing, right? This is not doing damage. So I guess we could, with these leftover points, we could go Contempt, actually. And we don't need to have a ton of damage stacks. Then again, damage itself deals necrotic damage over time, but we're stacking poison damage. So the reason I want this is because if we do Contempt, then we get armor stacking for that as well. But I want 4 points in there. Do we want more damn then? It's necrotic, that's the problem. I'll take 1 away and get that for Contempt. Because it's the Stygian beams we want to do damage with, right? It's poison. This would allow us to work, because this works, by the way, with a drain life thingy. So I would get Contempt. which is we're not going to rely on the resistances, but we're going to get a bunch of armor from this. Profane Veil. So if we do a life-based version, here's the thing, right? Is there shit in the game? Did I watch the wrong video? Wait, who was shitting on the video? Wait, what did I miss? Riker started this rumor that people apparently didn't even finish watching his video. What? What did I miss? Anyways. So the purpose of Aura of Decay is actually to kickstart this node. We do more damage per negative ailment on me. We will damn ourselves, which will fuck over all of our goddamn life region. Wait, why do I have an extra point in here now? What? Huh? 2, 3, 4, 9, 12, 13, 15, 16, 21. Why do I have 22? What? Yeah, but I didn't equip anything. It just now turned into 21. Oh, because I spec'd the poison, which turned it into a poison skill. Never mind, I got it. Okay. I mean, at this point, we would just do damage, I guess. Doesn't matter. So here's the thing, right? With the Aura of Decay, we're gonna want to leech. Oh, no, we're sorry. We need to leech because we can't regen, right? This is a heal. But if we're doing life-based, then the missing HP is not gonna help. Because we're gonna want to be at max HP, or as high HP as possible. On the other hand, if we do Absence of Life, that means that when we do drop to low HP, this will heal even more, right? So that means this is like a backup burst of heal when needed. And we will need to go for... I don't care about health region. We need to apply the poison and other ailments more quickly. We need the ailment frequency up, and self-poison goes up as well. We want this. Ailment duration, we definitely want that. Because we want to stack ailments on ourselves, right? This will make the shit cost me mana. For more frequency. So I can get to that one. Maybe I'll do that. Isn't there a way to make it not deal poison damage to me? Somewhere? Yeah, we don't want to shred our armor. They have other tools in their notes, and they reveal Nova to help speed up the progress of monoliths rolls. A Glyph of Envy is one of them. I mean, we could run putrid bombs. Enemies are inflicted with multiple stacks of poison when they hit you, but you also gain poison stacks when hit. So, there is somewhere that makes... Yeah, it's this one. We get armor shred instead of taking damage, but we don't want that either. So the idea with this is to ramp up. Like, the way this is going to be played is that you start the aura, you will fucking hit shit, or you would die, right? But the lower HP you get, the more heals you're going to get as well, together with your leeching. And then when you're done with the monolith, you will turn this shit off, or you will die. Enemy poison rest. You and enemies within the area has less poison rest for each point of intelligence you have. Like, this is good as well, but I mean, we're gonna have hundreds, and I mean hundreds. Fuck, we're gonna have 100 intelligence, so this is gonna be rough if I went with this one. We could have the bolts, but I don't matter. Enemies within RDK's area of effect have less poison rust. That is a good note to go for. And I think we're going to need to do this to reduce the poison damage taken. Problem is, I kind of want this because that gives us poison resistances in the aura of decay as well. I had a link from Duke when we were talking about this. Right, he didn't go for that strategy, so never mind. A lot of resist and the self-poison. Yeah, you can. What about Plague? Base damage of Plague is 150 poison damage over time. So a Plague wouldn't be bad either. How is our poison resistance? 46. We could skip this one. It's just that I like this when we take damage. So we have 4 points. I went for this for obvious reasons. No, this will kill us. The purpose of this is to start it, hit shit, so you don't die. You need to leech this. Lowering enemy poison rest seems too good to give up. Yeah, but I want this one. But if I do this, I'm gonna need like, 150 poison rest somewhere. I can start with this blessing change and actually look at endurance. I would love to spend these 4 points to do this. We would lower enemies' poison rest drastically. But now I don't get poison rest in RDK because every point here is 15%. On the other hand, we have 23 vitality that gives us poison and necrotic rest. Right? But we're going to need a lot. Conditions. Can I, where can I check? I can't check it, so I just have to manually calculate it then. Okay, so here's the thing, right? This is, I get 1 poison rest less per intelligence. I have 70. So I'm minus 24% poison rest right now. Granted, we haven't put these things in yet. And I'm pretty sure we're going to do... I'm pretty sure we're going to do a Revenant plate. Because it's either that or we're doing Mortal Regalia for resistances. But if we're going to do this build, we're going to need endurance. We don't really have much of a choice. This goes away as well. And we would have to do... We could do a Revenant Mask for reduced bonus damage taken from crits, obviously. And have it look like this. That puts a 96 on average rolls on that. No, we haven't done idols yet. This is pretty nutty. And basically, the way it's played is we are doing this to skyrocket the efficiency of this one. Now, here's another thing to keep in mind. We could spend 2 more points in here if the mana can sustain it. We have to get a lot of mana as well. For this, gets us more damage per 10 current mana. So we don't want our mana to burn. That's a very important detail. That's why we have mana here. Defense, endurance is 57.6%. That's with average rolls. So I don't need endurance. What I need is endurance threshold. We also need a lot more life than this. So if we look at this tier 5, I mean, I'd have to do a hybrid health on this for sure. Oh, sorry. So we'd have to do that for HP purposes. And we definitely need to do hybrid life on this. And endurance don't exist in this. Where did that piece go? So we would do health here. Like this. And we would very likely have to do endurance here. But we would need endurance threshold, not endurance. Because we're already capping that. But like an endurance threshold is 478, just feels ass. Endurance don't exist in here. We would definitely be running double health here. So we would have to do it like this. 566 endurance. Now the problem is we're gonna want mana as well. And intelligence. Now the question is, do I want skill increases? I'm not sure. But our poison rest is down the fucking drain. Like, it's minus 24% at this point. And Omni is too good to pass up on. Endurance threshold is worse than just getting extra life. You think so? We're the same value, and we can easily verify that. We can actually very easily verify that. What other suffix would we put here, though? We would need to put resistances here. Like, we can start with fixing the res. We're going to need one Ellie res roll somewhere. That caps our fire. We're going to need a cold lightning. We don't have belt or rings. We can have a base ring there. We need a shitload of poison res. I haven't enabled any of these. But we can look at EHP at this point. So these are the numbers of EHP. Versus physical damage. I don't have to think about the rest. 3.8, 2.9. You said endurance threshold life would be better. So 3.9 almost. And 2.9. 3929. So if I change this to health. 3929. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, we get percent of HP as endurance threshold as well. You're not wrong. Where else did I put endurance threshold right now? Nowhere. Here. So 4.5 and 3,000. 4.5 and 3,000. 4.5 and 3,000. No, you're not wrong. You are not wrong, sir. Are there endurance gloves? We don't need that. Back to this then. We need a cold rest, lightning rest, shitload of poison rest, and void resistance. Movement speed and intelligence. So I guess the question would be, do we want to run a Viper Tail or not? Viper Tail versus Spider Silk. It's definitely going to be Spider Silk, I think, because this is poison and cold rest. If I do this, that caps my cold just straight off the bat. If I did this, we can get elemental, poison damage. Let's just do poison damage. And then we'll do just a transistor. Good song. Mana regen for obvious reasons. There's no flat mana here, right? Suffix wise, we need lightning rest, but I'm pretty sure we can get some good HP on suffixes. Hybrid HP. And then we need a fuckload of poison rest. Because we're going to lower that with 85 because I put intelligence on the fucking item. So we do need poison rest. Now we have... I'm going to bring out a calculator so I don't miscalculate this. So 123 minus 85. We have 38 poison rest. We need void rest and lightning rest. We can LP on one of these things. This one has no choice, by the way. We do need mana. Tier 7, preferably. And then we're going to want... We can do... Not that, but we can do poison over time. Damage over time. It's a common item, so I guess we could smack a suffix in there as well. And give ourselves the lightning rest on this. Like that. We need poison and void rest now. Still have a ring, and I still have prefixes on the gloves. Prefixes on gloves will be very straightforward. Tier 7 mana and intelligence, which means we need even more poison rest. How's the EHP? It's 4,500. It's like nothing. I have a suffix open here, which is pretty surely going to be poison resistance. Bring out the calculator. 160. This is average rolls, right? So now I have 68% poison rest. So at this point, this is fine. I will need void rest. Now the question then comes down to idols versus LP. This, the prefixes on the helmet and the chest, and what the fuck do I do with the ring? Because I don't think font is the play. It could be. Use a sapphire. Unrealistic. I mean, the solution would be that you drop the damage over time, because you need the rest and the mana. Those are higher priority. Damage would be the secondary one. You need the defensive stats. I could also, if you want to do it that way, I could drop the lightning rest, and I can put lightning rest on this one. Right? And other stats would be health. Or poison damage over time. No, over time. We do that. And then poison. This is a super common. So LP3 in this should not be it should not be hard to get. But again, you would just drop the damage from it. So this one I think is more than easy. This is a level 6. LP3 in this is not hard to get. And you would just replace the damage mods. And prior getting the lightning rest. As an example. Yeah, we made a hit version of the Lich. Got 8 to 10,000 ward with it. It was critting for 100,000 quite consistently, like several times a second. 80 to 100,000. The problem with the build was that we ended up in a position where if you took a lot of damage, it took a long time to get up with a ward. We even went barbute with it. It had like 700% necrotic resistance. And it's just the speed at which you got the ward back was just not there. And I wanted to dive into the Warlock idea of abusing Aspect of Death with AOD. I'm going to see what I can do in-game with this, obviously. So we're going to try to build this up in-game. So I need Void Rest now. Poison's fine. I need the prefixes on these 2 slots. I just don't know what Ring had put. Because we could do Font of the Erased. My problem is I want this to be around 10,000. Prefixes in these. It's not going to make me do 10,000. So I don't know what ring we would use. We need mana regions, so this is not a bad choice. The problem with this ring is that it gives you level to poison skills, which is good. All attributes, poison damage. I get no defensive layers. But we could potentially use another tongue, sure. It's an option, I guess. But the problem I have is defensive layers. I want defensive stats. I think the offense will be fine. So if I look at overtime, we already did this check actually, so that's... I mean, it's either this or it's another tongue. Maybe we drop the poison damage in favor of HP. We do this. What's the name? Laria. Health region don't do shit for us. The mana region shouldn't be a problem. Less damage taken if you have 180 total attribute. Like, this is a super fucking rare ring, though. That's another problem. And we don't have 180 attributes right now. So I don't think that... I mean, either it's going to be one of these, or it's going to be another tongue in which we put Void Rest on. Keep in mind, we could always get, like, a sealed rest here and there to alleviate this. Core ring would be useful in a low light warlock because vitality is health, war, necrotic war. We're not going to get much ward out of this. Tanky Ghost Flame. We're not going to have time to do that because we need to cast. We need the mana. We need to have like basically full mana almost all the time. I think this is the play, and that means that we would do Void Rest and then health. And the prefixes would be intelligence at tier 7. And then poison or over time, damage over time. Like, this is how I think... No, we would do mana, wouldn't we? Mana regeneration. So this is how we would do that ring. What's the prefixes on these items, though? Over time. Poison. Poison damage and poison resistance. Hybrid roll. Intelligence would be massive on this. And that would hurt our poison resistance even further, but we could do intelligence, high tier, and then the hybrid poison. Wouldn't be bad, actually. Level of life drain is not gonna be needed. Wandering spirit levels. Wait, mana. Of course, mana. I'm stupid. That goes tier 7, and this goes tier 5. Because we're gonna want the mana drastically. Prefixes here, I guess mana would be here as well. And then we have very likely intelligence. Very likely intelligence. The problem is we are going to stack up even more pressure on poison rest if we do this. I mean, we'd have to play test it. We don't have much of a choice but to play test it. No, I have I have minus poison rest per intelligence on one of my skills. Poison damage and poison rest. I mean, we could easily seal something like this. Like that's not an impossibility to seal a prefix like a tier 2 like this. That's not a bad thing to do. We can probably try to do that on the chest as well if you want to min-max, right? You could try to do this to compensate this in the like insanity, right? Because now on average rolls, it would be 68% poison rest, and that's more than enough. Granted, I am running a Omni right now. I wonder if I have an Omni in game. We'll have to double check that. Idols. Which one is poison on hit? Do we need that? We're not even capped in Void Rest, so we would need Void Rest somewhere, so... Obviously, we're looking at average rolls, right? But we can do this to cap ourselves, right? This is an option. It's not too hard to achieve the state. The mana's going to be the hard one. Defense is scaling. It's like 4,500. Like, my defense is... I don't know what to do with the Profane Veil yet. I know we're going to do... We're going to do this. Not that one. I had a link here for something. We're not going to use this. Mark of the Rat. Don't need that. We don't really need Forked Tongue either. I mean, we would need an effective way to apply Mark for Death. That doesn't require me casting the curse all the time either. If we do this. The glove, we're not going to use a unique glove. You want to put a unique glove into this? Yes, but we're not going to sit in Profane Veil all the time, is what I'm saying. Plus, this marks ourselves for death. And right now, I'm concerned about the defensive layers on the build. Which leech nodes did I take? I took 2 points in leech there. Might have to take more leech nodes. It's very likely we're going to need to leech more. I'll have to double check it. If we do, I'll have to strip these points off. Put them in there. Like, you're talking about Grasp of Mortality, right? These. English or Spanish? English. What kind of question is that? we would need to, if we went with these gloves, we lose flat mana. We're no longer casting any necrotic spells because we're making them poison, right? They're no longer necrotic. Oh, the beams are necrotic. You're right. You're right. That's right. I don't want to use the gloves, though. I think plenty of people have probably seen Stygian Warlock build by Dreadful. He's using Mark of the Rat in those gloves. I don't want to go down that road. I guess it's kind of nice with stacking it, though. For the sake of the clear. I don't need to be in Profane Veil for this to work, because this is when you apply Mark for Death on enemy or yourself by any method. All your stacks are the damned, and poison on them spreads the number of nearby enemies. So that's kind of where the clear is. The problem I have is the defense, though. But this is when I apply Mark for Death. I would still need to apply Mark for Death, though. So I'd still have to apply it, and I can't be in that form all of the time, except this one gives me a chance to do so. Fuck me. Do I have to? I feel like I kind of have to, and that means I don't have to spec Bone Curse for it. But how would that look? I would lose defensive scaling if I do Mark Immortality's Grasp. The rest of the mods are shit on this. It's just life and the curse. And I would need to LP in mana. Skip the intelligence, so mana and damage crit avoidance. That would be the play then. So the intelligence will have to go away. Now Mark doesn't stack. No. I need Void Rest. So then we'll do it here then. I mean, obviously at this point, if you have lower LP, you would remove life from here. You would remove damage from here. You would remove damage from there. I haven't LP'd the Omni either. I'm not sure what I would do with this. There's mana in here over time as well. There's poison as well. Good luck getting a good roll Omni with at least one of those. But I mean, you could do something like that. But it's not going to help my defensive scaling. Stygian Cold is very common. Maybe LP3 on that. We haven't added these yet. Alright, let's go back to skill. So if I do this, then I have to do that. Orion's Eye Amulet. But now that's going to put a lot of pressure on every other resistance, though. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's a pretty cool idea, but it's also extremely fucking rare. We get less damage taken over time as well, which is actually really good. Orion's Eye might actually be the better choice in the end, actually. It's a really good idea, but it's also extremely rare. Yeah, it could be like a min-max thing. But like, if I do Orion's Eye, what then happens is I lose every other resistance. And I have average rolls, so that's 20% across the board. I can't do that. I would need to compensate, not Necro, I would need to compensate all of these resistances. Do I have a Void Rest somewhere? Now, I have Sealed here and there. And I have one Void Rest there, which could be an Elemental Rest. That covers Fire, Cold, and Lightning. I like that. That's actually not a bad idea. If I did that, the Void Rest becomes an Ellie Rest. And we don't need Sealed Void Rest. Did I seal it elsewhere? Well, the Poison Rest, sure. Okay, Poison Rest. 171 minus 118. That's 53. So we do need some Poison Rest somewhere. Which I could just do something like that. No, we have Endurance Blessing right now. Oh, wait, here. That's Poison, by the way. I like this. This is actually really nice. I'll have to play around with a Omni when I play test, though. Let's see. All right. Let's say this is the way we do it. Right? What is the idols we would run? I know you can get poison, apply poison on spell on the large idols, which is a 1/3. They're called large immortal. Like this, we get HP, and we can then get poison. Like, we can literally run a couple of those. Singularity in here. Large. I don't think damage is ever going to be a problem with this. We might not even need to do that many poison on hits. Do I really need that? Would I not benefit more from ramping this shit up with double HP? So, out of curiosity, this one... Okay, I have 3,315 HP. 3,315. 3,315. 3,315. 3,315. 3,315. I do get more from that. So I think we skip. Or should we use a couple 2 of them. And then do this. 3 of these. 382. We put a Ligonian here for mana and health. And then we put... So, do we benefit anything from these? Get poison and hit 20%. Damage over time. If my concern is defensively, I don't think we do that at all. What about Humble? Poison... Vitality is not bad at all at this point. Share the damage. No, we're not going to use that. Then we have the Adorned. Poison Nova when I'm hit. We don't need that. That's not going to work. Increase damage over time while you have an ailment overload is not a bad thing, to be fair. That's not bad at all. Because we're going to be overloading a lot. Because that wouldn't be bad. And then we get flat HP. Yeah, I'm considering the 4 large and then the rest being stouts. 4 of those. Like the standard HP stacking. Because that would be the other problem with this. But this is hit damage. So I think we can skip this entirely. And just do the life one. But I have two poison applications and 2 double lives right now. So this is how, like you were talking about, this is how most people would do, especially low life builds just does this. So you do the 4 of the HP ones and 4 of the large ones with double life, but I'm not gonna do double life on those depending on how the numbers are looking. So we would do it this way, and that puts us on 3.8 thousand life. With 932 endurance threshold, it puts us on an EHP 6.7k versus fist damage. So 6.8 cold damage is lower. It's probably because it's a little bit lower on the rest, right? No, apparently not. Did the error stop? What error? Oh, that one? Yes. What's up, Truson? So, I mean... 6.8k and endurance threshold was shit. What was the number? 6787. And if I did that, we actually lost it. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, we're just gonna benefit more from the life. So I don't like these numbers though. Are we playing Torchlight 2 days from now? Yes, 100%. Yo, MP, what do you think about the EHP? $3.8k life. Endurance. Is the EHP 6.8k enough? I'm not sure 6.8k is enough HP. And in the ward, I basically have no ward, MP. Yeah, but I basically have no ward. What was the number? 3803. Endurance threshold 932. 60%, right? The offhand generates ward per second. Well, when I'm channeling, yes, but that didn't work, MP. We already verified that. It will only happen when I jump into the Profane Veil. D-Trick with the 2 months. Thanks so much, man. Twisted Art gets some ward. Do the ward calc? I don't know how. You'll have to guide me through it. How would I do the ward calculation on this? Because this does not work. I am not going to get ward per second while channeling because I am, according to the game, not channeling. So I basically have no ward. But what other sources of ward do I even have? I have a 25 ward region. That's all the ward I have, right? Ward calculator is gonna tell me some stuff as well, but I mean, it's like... Still do what we did yesterday. But that's not what I'm doing right now. Like, I went for mortalities because this will actually be really good when you spec into the Profane Veil for the mark, because this would, we apply mark with the gloves and then we spread. So this is how we do the clearing, right? So how are you gonna... We're not gonna be casting Chaos Pulse, Skimpy. At this point, I'm doing the Aura of Decay dot for the Warlock node at the end. So we're not gonna get ward. It's gonna be close to nothing. I will have a ward decay threshold is 0. I have a ward regeneration of 25. That's my ward. Making this irrelevant. So we have more from here. Large oof. Yes, but the problem was not being able to sustain it, right? We talked about it. So the way I see it is, if you want proper defensive layers, there's two choices. You either go life and endurance, or we have to change the way the skill works to be similar to that of the Soul Eater, the Minion Eater, or the Profane Veil Minion Eater, right? Now we need to make sure we're generating minions that's going to cost us mana that we then consume for ward. Armor would probably be better for us in some cases, actually. Where do I see my armor? Here, 1050. So put that 0. Very, very rarely, yes, MP. We don't want to stay in it for too long. We need to cast the Drain Life, then go into it, right? That would have to be the play. But I guess we would cast it on cooldown. So we would get a little bit more defense when we're inside of that form. I would use it as a way to negate, like, move away from enemy abilities, I guess. And that means I'd probably not have Transplant here. I would very likely just press Spirit Plague. few treasure rings for free, continuation of minions. It's not enough for it to be a considerable as a source of ward. We've already dug deep into the ward generation. If you want a reason to use it, I have a guide for you right here. You want to check that one out. That one's gonna be fucking one of the top performing builds in 1.1, I think. Soul Blast, no, that build, by the way, did 1,900 corruption after the bug fix in 1.0. But do people generally, I think, of Soul Blast node and the Drain Life for clear? Probably not enough AoE. Well, we're not going to use Drain Life for damage. So the problem here is the 6.8 thousand EHP. But what about... what if we change some life or armor? Would that give us more EHP? You can't have armor in this, right? No. So if we remove percent HP or flat HP, let's see. We have 6.8, 5.8. 6.8, 5.8. What? There's no armor? Huh? Oh, there. Oh, they spell it like that. Okay. So what did I say? 6.8, 5.8. If I do this, I lose the EHP versus dot that way. And if I do flat armor, I actually lose on that as well. So we don't want to do that either. Now, obviously, we are going to get contempt. We are going to get attempt. That's 50% more armor than what we currently have. But yeah, but it doesn't matter if I have armor applies to dot in Profane Veil, because we're not going to be 100% in Profane Veil. So it really doesn't matter. Let's fix the skills first. So we decided we're going to do this. Contempt works when you cast the dive train, which is really weird, but it does. So I guess we do slow chance, health leech, inform would be nice. You deal more global damage to cursed enemies. That's not bad. We can do that. That's not gonna be played. AoE, mobilizing, armor. When one of the spirit is revealed inside Profane Veil, spirit deals more damage. That's kind of whatever as well. But contempt will work. And that's whatever. I'm not doing damage with this. So we can do the mana cost for this then. Unless we do use Spirit Plague. We could do that as well. But that means no transplanting. And what do we get from Spirit Plague that would be attractive enough for us to do this? Spirit Plague has a chance to summon a poison wisp when it kills an enemy minion, which lasts 15 seconds. Poisons nearby enemies. That's kind of whatever. Where else did we have poison? So the entire right side. So this is global damage over time, just by casting Spirit Plague. 13 stacks. Jesus. Enemies inflicted with Spirit Plague are also inflicted by Plague, which is a really high damage over time poison damage. Plague inflicted by Spirit Plague, additional poison penetration. That's just penetration for the plague itself. And that's not bad. You gain increased poison damage when you inflict an enemy with Spirit Plague. The effect lasts 4 seconds. But I mean, the effect only lasts 4 seconds. So I would need to cast this consistently, right? How much mana is this going to fucking cost me to do? Mana efficiency and duration, I guess. Bottom right.
Welcome to the crew.
Which one? Pastry Man with a prime. Thank you so much, man. Spirit Plate is now a combo skill. Directly recast Spirit Plate within 2 seconds will cause up to 3 inflicted enemies to spread Spirit Plate to other enemies around them. Which one are you talking about? That makes it endless decay. Oh, this is the... Lol, I'm looking at it. Yes, this would increase my poison damage. But I need to stack it, right? I don't mind this one because that gets us inflicted with ailments as well. No, it's enemies who inflict with Spirit Plate are also inflicted with poison and incineration. Never mind. We don't need the spread. We would do 1 point. We would max this. We would max this.
Welcome
and we would max that.
Crew.
Artification with the prime as well. Thank you so much for support, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you, thank you. That's more damage. More damage. It's more like a single target ability we would use. More than to spread. Than anything, right? So 10 points to go. So I think we'd go... These are not bad. Up the mana cost is a bit so-so, but we're going to have a lot of regen. What's the 4th that in a row? What? Refresh. Oh my god, that's fucked up. So I think we just do this then. That we don't need that at all. So we just ramp that up for the duration, right? We don't need the spread. We would just do the cast speed and duration. So we would play it like this. We have 2 points in Profane Veil that we haven't spent yet. So I guess mana cost then. So if we were to do this, it would be Profane Veil, Spirit Play, Life Drain, Spirits, and Decay. Okay, so if that's how we run the skills, we need the Mortality's Grasp. The EHP is still low. I don't know how you build that EHP up. I mean, do you go armor, or what the fuck do you do at this point? Well, we have 1,089 fucking... No, wait, that's because of the bug, is it not? Which one is it? It's that one that's bugged, right? Or they fixed it. Bruh. I have 1,100 mana? What the fuck? The problem with the ward is when you're fighting a boss and you take a big damage hit. I think that's what Dreadful was doing, right? Is regaining that ward. Does he have a planner? Why are you already making your build before patch notes? Because I can. There's a planner. Do you have it? Interesting. No, he's definitely going ward. Damage over time. We have an ailment overload. Dodge rating. What? He's using set items? But why? What? And he waiting for the Chidden Dagger for the application of poison. Can someone explain to me why there's health region focus? Ah. I did not think about the Vessel of Strife at all. I mean, the main reason he's using these boots is because he gets free movement speed together with 85 bonus crit. I mean, it's like... I know about that. I mean, that's just not a bad idea. I mean, he would get 1,000 regen per second. But it's only 1,000. I like the idea of the vessel. I would very unlikely do the set rings though. It's a cool idea with vessel. Might snag that. I like some of these mods. I don't understand the choices around it. And they didn't do this one. So here's an interesting approach, right? He went for this. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. So this like doesn't work at all. Interesting. He didn't do contempt. Doing damage with it? Went for poison bolts. Well, he went for this. Penance. Let's see. Ward per second. Where is his planner? This was his planner. Let's see. Max HP. 1047. Initial ward. 191. Ward decay threshold. 191. Ward retention. 505. Ward per second. He only has the relic gives him 530 ward per second. Health regeneration is at 1001. So just those things puts him at 4.9 thousand ward. Then he gets ward from some other sources. Yeah, it could be that the penance is there for that. Sure. That's not a bad thing to do. But it's like ward regen. If he has 0 ward, he's gonna get 500 ward per second. I mean, like the problem I have here is that he has really high EHP when he has the entire pool of ward, right? The problem is, as soon as he takes damage, all of that ward goes down, and it's going to take him a long time to build it up. That was the main problem I had with the Lich build version that we did, where we needed to... we had an issue with getting a large chunk of our EHP back. I like the idea of Vestal Strife. I just don't think it's going to be enough. It's like, if you take a look at this, and I change to Barbute as an example, just the Barbute gave me another 100 ward, and I'm sitting on 200% necrotic res. Now, if we were to get more necrotic resistance, Just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, 1 tier 7 of that would put me at 643. My ward retention goes up significantly because of this. It's like... Because this EHP is only working when you have that chunk. But if he takes a big hit, it's going to take him a long time to get it back up. That was my biggest problem. And that's where the build that we have playing around with right now, it's a 6.8k EHP, 5.8 versus dots. But we would get that recovery would go very quickly up. And also, if it's not enough, we would move points from here to get more leech if we need to. And realistically, we should be doing a lot more damage because of this. If anything, I would like to have more armor on the build. I just don't know where I can squeeze in armor. I don't feel like I need 1.1 thousand mana. I have to be able to replace some mana somewhere in favor of defensive stats. Because we definitely don't need that. If I do max rolls, we're on 8.6 thousand. Yes, I understand that Stygian Coal gets damage from it. But the amount of damage this build is doing compared to anything I've ever seen right now is ridiculous. The problem I'm looking at is how do we sustain this? Well, the sustain is there. I just need to make sure that we actually can roll with it. The problem, though, is what would I replace a mana roll with? There's no defensive scaling that I can get that replaces mana. So it doesn't matter, right? You need Twisted Heart to convert HP to leech to ward. Yes, but we're not going to cast enough to make sure that that's going to be functional. We tried that on Lich, and the playstyle was all right. We'll very likely make a build guide for it, for a Lich version doing that with Chaos Bolt. It was actually pretty cool, but it also had somewhat of a slow progression up. It was better than the others, though. Profane Veil counts as being transformed, yes, but... Say we take a big hit from a Harbinger boss, right? We go into Profane Veil. When we're out, we need to have our HP back up. Now, with this build, the leech is going to do that for us. Wandering Spirit is not a minion, it's a spell. We leech from that. We leech from Drain Life. We leech from Profane. We leech from Spirit Play. We leech from Stygian Coal. We pump in. If we take a big hit, we can go into Profane Veil. When we go out of Profane Veil, we have full HP. So the sustain is here. What I want is to increase the base mitigation, right? I think that's the play. Increase the base mitigation that we can achieve so that our EHP goes up. And right now, the only thing that the lowest point of our defense, or the two major things, our armor is kind of low. And the other one is that our mana is ridiculously high. I kind of don't need the Sapphire Ring. Sure. We could replace that with a Resistance. Ran 200% increase health reading when you turn it off. What would the Vessel do with that? But now you're trading a large chunk of your damage output for that. And the way the version I'm playing around with is, big shout out to MP for that, by the way, is focusing on the approach of... not having any life regen, because what's going to happen is this: we're going to damn ourselves, and now we don't have any regen, and there's a stupid amount of damage in there. We can drop the mana from this glove, I think. So it's just an LP2. We're still almost at 1,000 fucking mana. And my defense hasn't changed by that. Well, if I change to Armor Blessing, I lose Endurance. Then I will need to get a modifier giving me Endurance instead. I think we can live without the mana regen. But if I change the mana regen, that's a prefix. What would I change it for? I mean, I could put a health that doesn't exist. Does armor exist? No, because it's a fucking catalyst. So we can get resistances or something in there. But there's no armor and rings, right? No. There's nothing I would benefit there either. I mean, I could skip the mana on the fucking Orions. Well, armor while channeling... No, armor while channeling does not work. We tested that last night. That doesn't work for some fucking reason. We could get HP on an Orion. And then, well, we could even do a tier 7 HP. And then skip the mana. And then put mana back in here, I guess, but... Maybe the play is... to put an emphasis on not running tier 7 mana, but rather tier 7 HP. Like here I have tier 7 damage, tier 5 on that, and give me tier 7 life. That is gonna get me my EHP up that I want. Same thing here, tier 5 mana, and do the HP to tier 7. Yes, but Bar Beauty is reward. Maybe you just play Necro? Fuck's sake. Same thing here. Tier 5 movement speed. Or tier 6. And get the hybrid HP to tier 7. I mean, my EHP is just looking so much better by just doing those changes. I'm at 845 fucking mana right now. And if I get LP3 Mortality Grasp, I would chuck in mana, right? I think that's gonna be the play. Same thing here. Lower the fucking damage from poison damage tier 5 and make the fucking hybrid tier 7. My EHP just skyrockets for this. Now we're on 800 mana. Same thing here. Drop the fucking mana to tier 5. That puts me at 700 mana. In favor of tier 7% HP. 5.3k. Now we have stupidly good EHP, which is sustainable. So I guess it's like a balance act there. I kind of like the idea of doing this. I mean, now my EHP is looking much better. Because you got to keep in mind that the idea with this is to leech the HP, get a stupid amount of negative ailment on ourselves, which is giving us multiplicative damage scaling. Well, our only choice right now is to playtest this. To literally playtest this. And see what I have access to. So, I guess... Do I have to start doing Merchant Guild then? Would I have to change to Merchant Guild to make this work? I guess that's the big question. Because buying the gear would probably be easier, but I don't have the gold for it. And I haven't played Merchant Guild. But that would probably be the easiest way for me to make this happen, right? Let's see what I have access to. Right. Yeah, I mean, the Orions, we can replace that with an Omni. We talked about that as well. We can replace it with an Omni. And I got 2 right there. Any good rolls on them? That one's decent. So I could do that. Let's find some gear. No, it wouldn't do that. Oh god. Okay. Okay, so I don't have idols for the... Oh, wait, hold up. I'm guessing these are stripped naked, but I'll double check just in case. I like a king. I think this one's naked. So here's the thing, if we can make this work, I would fucking love to play it. Yo, Epi, do you have any of the gear online? And the cycle? Let me send you the planner. So you probably have some of those resonances, right? Oh, nice. No, wait, this is the character I was gonna do it on. Fuck's sake. Was it this one I didn't check? Did I already check both? I'm confused. We already stripped this one. So we strip both already? I lost track of what I was doing. And I did check this guy, right? I'll double check next. I kind of lost track of what I was doing. I know I have mortalities. Alright, this one is naked. Good. Warlock. Let's go. Omnis. We want those. So I am lacking idols. That gives me health. These ones. They got ward retention, some of them. Minion mark. Minion CDR. Oh, well, I think they're all gonna be really bad. Fear on hits is 9 top roll. Yeah, I'll take that one. Alright, we're just taking anything that gives us 9% life then. So I'm gonna lack a lot of other pieces. Here. We'll play with this. Yeah, but it's minion CDR. I'm not gonna use minions. We're not gonna want that. We're gonna want 5 points in here.
Hello, traveler.
That it? Five.
Hello, traveler. Hello, traveler.
Leech.
Hello, traveler.
There we go. Tree done. Alright, I'm just gonna despecialize everything. We'll have to level it up. Alright, let's check the skills. Alright. Let's see. Skills. Wandering Spirit. Profane Veil. Drain Life. Aura of Decay. Spirit Plague. Profane Veil. Drain Life. Down for Contempt, right? This one. Spirit Plague. Okay, let's see. Spirit Plague, Profane Veil, Aura, Spirits, Drain Life. Now, patch notes are not out yet.
Do not dwell on
Alright, let's
regrets.
go back to gearing.
It eludes me.
It eludes me. Alright, so we're looking for Mad, or Ladle. LP2, Mad Alchemist. We'll equip that one. Good shit. We want Stygian Coal. We want... Doesn't matter. That one's best intelligence. We want Mortality's Grasp. I got one LP2 out of that. Okay. We want Tongue. I can't fucking spell tongue. Thank you. I have an LP3 of that. Like I said, they're very common. What else do we want? I don't think I have an eye. Orion. I don't have LPs. Maybe I do use this after all. Right. We need a spider silk. The mods we want is high life hybrid. Necro? No, it's a warlock. We want life badly. And we want mana regen. We want cold rust on any piece at all in this setup. I don't think so. We don't. If I can't get perfect setup, it's fine. So again, cold rust, 9 fortune potential. That's 32. I didn't go specific fire rust. So we would need to do this and pray it hits the cold rust. That went so well. There was another one I was looking at. Where was that one? I don't want specific lightning rest anywhere, did I? Actually, I did on the ring. So lightning rest is not bad if I can work on the other stats. I needed LP though, but that's at this point it's really whatever. That's gonna be a far-fetched, but whatever. Are you serious? Well, actually, how do I... What was the keybind to showing the loot filter? There. Yeah, that's not gonna work now. Are we gonna YOLO this?
Impossible.
What was the keybind again? There. X. Okay. Hybrid. And we wanted poison rest. And we needed mana regen. Why is it going away? Right, that's my first belt. There's no way this is gonna be better. Okay, we'll use that for now. Don't have any LP, so whatever. We'll have to play with it. I need a Revenant plate. And I want HP. Intelligence mana, but HP mainly. Maybe that one. Fuck that one. That one could work. Maybe. We fuck shit up. No. No. Okay, so this is the big one, right? Is fire rest. Did I need fire rest somewhere? No, we'll just seal that then. Then go for fire rest anywhere. We'll do this. Okay. We'll seal this. Sure, that's good. Unless we... That'll do. Okay. I'm definitely gonna need this to be a sapphire ring. And I need health and resistances, mana regen. Well, this is not gonna work very well. Is it? I don't think so. But we'll figure it out. So I need a ring. The intelligence mana, read an HP and some rest. I mean, we'll just throw something together. We don't need that. Doubt that'll work, but we'll try. 10 forging potential. Why do I even keep it? I got multi-exaltas down here. Don't need void rest if I do it this way. We don't do crit avoidance. Alright, here's a threshold, right? Alright, we do this one first. I do need to get rid of the throwing. Bye-bye. Endurance thresholds of HP just to get something going. Seal the cold rust, maybe. I have nothing for this shit, dude. Holy fuck. I kind of need to LP some rest as well. Either way. We need to get rid of, no, we don't. We'll just seal this. And then we will have this for... We'll have that slot for resistance. Okay, we're definitely gonna need Citadel boots. We can't go away from that. Okay, and mods I want movement speed intelligence and life and sealed crit avoidance. So maybe that. Maybe. No. Actually, could maybe work. Don't need those. I mean, I'm sure we're going to be able to hit something with any of these boots, right? We got quite a few options to play with here. No, I'd have to seal that. So that one will have to go. Okay. What can we do? Which one is a better one? These were the best ones. I would preferably need to get rid of the attunement. Shit game. Sealing this. Thank you. We can keep the fist resistance. And we get hybrid HP in here. That's the boots. Then we need a homunculus bile. And in here we want damage return intelligence, life and rest. So the life and rest is what we're going to prioritize. Great. That is so many options. So they're all shit. Okay. 34, 46. I'm sure we can play with this. We're gonna get some gear, boys. Okay. I don't mind the LRS. Maybe we'll just play with this. That means I'll put health in here. And then I will chaos craft the other one and pray for intelligence. Or I seal it. I'll seal this. Then we get the intelligence in here. And we max this. Here. Wow. Actually something that happened that was decent. We lost the minion damage, but who gives a shit? Helmets. We want life. Int mana res. Okay. Let's brick some helmets. Health. Health, rest. Shared rest sealed. Mana intelligence. I mean, that's okay, assuming I can hit poison rest here then. Great. Here's the build. Holy shit, it's bad. Okay. Yeah, my rest is kind of... Actually, the rest was fine. That's my blessings. Shit, we get to change blessings. Fuck. Alright, I'm supposed to have that. This is supposed to be endurance. That's supposed to be... Oh my god. And that's supposed to be health. So we go to the Black Sun. Because we are not creative immune either. Black Sun, whatever. Let's go. Need level skills. We have to play around with it a little bit to see what happens. No. One step at a time. $224 corruption. I'm sure that's fine. I get the feeling that we're gonna need to level these skills up a little bit, so bear with me now for a little bit, boys. Right. I gotta do that. I even have it active. There we go. Skills. Wandering spirits. Let's see. That one does too. Maxing that. Maxing that. Profane Veil. Drain life. And we're gonna go in. Oh shit, should have started with that one. Anyways, we'll get there. That's for sure. Then we go to the right. Spirit Plague. All right, let's go again for some more experience.
Will not take me.
Bye bye mana. Fail that one. My aura even on? Yeah, there we go. That one died. Blop, 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 blop. Sums it up pretty well. Maxing this. Profane Veil. What am I missing? That one? We can do that. Drain life. I need to go there. For obvious reasons. Alright, let's get more experience. Obviously, with more damage, we'll be leeching better.
Will not take me.
I'm actually killing myself with my poison right now. I have such bad. Okay. Okay. Anyways. Any more experience? PV2 minions? Fantastic. Where is my contempt? The contempt doesn't seem to be working. You seen that? Not getting contempt stacks. So I'm not getting the armor from that. That means we go back to this and that. So this isn't working. we'll just do that then. Okay, so let's see. Wandering spirits. That one, right? That's maxed out. Profane Veil. All right, up here. Drain life. Finally getting that one done. Thank you. Aura of Decay. Huh. We're supposed to be getting that one. Let's not spec that right now. Wait, it says... Let's calculate. 1, 2, 5, 6, 11... No, sorry, 9, 13, 17, 20... I have 21 points spent, that's why. Okay. We'll do that then. Something wrong here. Right. Spirit Plague. This one's accurate. Alright. I mean, to be fair. So it looks like we're killing ourselves with the poison right now. I wonder if it's worth it to do this. I'm not confident. It might be too much. It might be too much. So if we don't do the frequency, well, we want this. We skip those. We put point back in here. I mean, I guess it's to get the fucking resistances at that point. We can go AoE instead of trying to do this. It also deviates mana drain. But we do want to have this. That's the thing. Like, we really want that frequency. I mean, okay, so we haven't taken the one that reduced our poison res yet. Our HP is complete fucking dog shit. Our damage is dog shit, which is affecting our leech. Because we only have 2 points in here. That's 1% leeching. Unless I would skip points, which would be from this node here, which I'd try to avoid removing. These nodes goes away. Let's get more light experience with the skills. So you see the life, right? Spirits are working out fine. And now I'm gonna kill myself because of the ailment. Yeah. So the poison stacks are just killing me. This is killing me right now. So that's 2 points. It's gonna give me 1 more. Well, the idea is for me to do enough damage so that I can sustain the poisons I get from this aura, right? So that's the whole point of it. The other approach would be to not do the ailment frequency and go down for bolts instead. Essentially do this. And then we have 3 points. We do that, we get a little bit of poison resistances. That's the other approach of it, but that doesn't mean what would happen then is that I wouldn't be scaling this as much. Maybe that is the play. At least temporarily. Well, I'm killing myself. I am killing myself. See this? I can turn off the aura and turn it back on.
Your death has come.
Like, my gear is absolute fucking dog shit. Like, I'm aware of that.
Death will.
My mana is low. There's that. We're not crit immune either. Well, now we're actually making it. Oh, I lost those now. How bad. Oh, I forgot the duration of that one. My bad. So if we do it this way, we don't want to take this one right now, but we would put 3 points in here. So here's the thing. If I don't do the ailment frequency, it takes a very long time for me to like stack up even more, like 4. It's just gonna bounce here. And I have 4 stacks. 1.65 is your attack speed. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry, not for me. So the ailment frequency would work if you can sustain it, but I'm unable to sustain it. Now I can have this aura running 24/7. Problem is I have 4 stacks of this. This gives me 0.5% multiplicative more damage per negative ailments. I get 15% life, which is good as well. But right now, the damage-wise from this node, I'm getting 2% damage. Alright, then. And then we're gonna damn ourselves, which is gonna lower our life regeneration. So this would work to sustain. So now the heal goes up the more I like the heal is gonna go up, right? Again, we have like no damage, so our leech is really bad. As you can see, the leech is terrible. Here's a boss fight. But yeah, I mean, the leech is dog shit. The damage is shit because I don't have any fucking mods to scale it right now. Like, I have almost nothing. I wonder if Mad Alchemist is to play then. I mean, we're stacking like ailments on the enemies, but where is that other one I'm looking for? This one? No. The other option would be a Chitin Dagger, which I think it was Dreadful's running for poison and hit, mana regen, damage over time. I just feel like an LP Mad Alchemist would be better. That's the other solution, right? I'll see what I have in the stash after this. Spirit Plague is just for extra damage right now anyways. But I don't have any damage modifiers at all right now. And I mean, the mana is sustainable even, like, I need more mana, yes, but I don't need more mana regen. I mean, this is 224 and I have dog shit gear. Of course I'm gonna grind it. I am using an Orion's Eye, right? To get rid of that thing. It's not even LP. We could use an Omni. That would help a lot. I have no LP here. I have no LP here. I have a rare fucking belt. I mean, look at the mods. I have terrible gear right now. Send a planner. I can do that. So I missed YouTube chat for a bit. What's up, Dino? How you doing, man? I mean, damage is low, yes, but it's a result of me not having damage modifiers on pretty much any of my gear. It's very limited. So if we look at shit-in daggers, the mods would be damage over time, mana regen, and poison. So that's useless. So I don't have any. I only have these. One-handed axes. And I got this one. And none of it will work for me. It's mostly concept testing, yes. What I'm concerned about is my HP. Like, here's the thing, right? We changed the aura to have poison barrages instead, right? If I can fully sustain this, I don't need to have it on my bar, which allows me to have transplants. Like this. I'll just enable it. But the problem is, well, here's the thing, right? If I go live, this mod is 15% life. That's fucking solid. And I get a little bit of damage from it. So I don't have to double down on trying to force out the damage scaling from it by ramping up Aura of Decay to smack my ass full of debuffs, right? I mean, I have 400 mana, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sustaining. You see the damage? Not like it's anything special, right? And the Spirit Flay we use for extra single target damage outputs. But the mana is fine, and I'm supposed to have a lot more regen. Like, in all honesty, it's not bad. So, I mean, I have like no damage scaling. Oh, look at my resistances. I am okay. Here's the stacks of damn. Like, I take some hits, I get a stupid amount of damage from that node. So I think this is how you play with that node. We don't overstack ourselves with so we don't overstack ourselves with poison, which means we can run this consistently, which will be a heal for us. So when we drop low, we'll heal more on top of our leech, but this one also helps us apply poison. I'm gonna take this fucking node. So I'll remove a point from here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna spec this node, which is gonna drop my resistances by 85. I'll see if I can sustain it with the current setup. I'm doing no LP on my gear. No LP. I have Orions, but it's like, it just removes the Void Rest. Don't even have an Exalted Belt. I have almost no damage scaling. It's all terrible across the board. I'm not confident. Well, actually, Bad Alchemist should be better because of Shred Armor if you get LP on it, I guess. Yeah, but we don't want to use the Cleanse, because that would defeat the purpose of the damage scale we get from having those mods on us. Did I just take damage from that? Ow. Like, this damage is not terrible. And keep in mind, with better gear, we would shoot faster as well. I like the way the HP goes back up, and when you have better gear, we'll be able to leech much more as well. And I could spend some more points into leeching very easily. Let's see if we can sustain this. You see the HP is going pretty slowly back up, right? That's because of the lack of leech that I don't have. I'm sustaining this. Essentially, we get more poison hits with this. We still benefit from the self-damned approach. We get some heals from this. Maybe I should drop some nodes. I think the tankiness will be fine. You just want to double down on the HP. This actually, like, the whole concept will work. So we stole this idea from Dreadful, and then we went with a build that or the version that I think will perform better. Plus, we get this for extra damage, right? This is first up, the poison penetration. We get global poison damage when we cast this. So if I'm not casting anything, so let's take a look at this. I would cast my thingies. I would do this. And I can just spam this. I mean, the damage numbers are, well... Well, actually, I don't have my aura enabled for some reason now. Spirit play there. Well, I don't see any good damage numbers. We're actually getting on him? I don't know. I couldn't see the HP bar. I'm gonna go do the Oribus, I think. $140 poison stacks so far. I mean, we're gonna be on about 100 poison stacks with my current build. And HP goes back up. Like, we're sitting on 120-ish, it seems. But I mean, LE like PoE, where you have to follow a build guide. Well, you don't really have to, but it would be very recommended because as soon as you go for higher endgame pushing, you really want to be playing a proper build for it. So I am lacking defensive scaling here. I'm lacking damage scaling, HP. Blessing wise, I'm supposed to have poison chance here, which would be massive for that matter, which would allow me to apply significantly more poison stacks than I have for even more damage outputs. I mean, this wasn't bad, and I have terrible gear. That's supposed to be endurance, which will obviously help my endurance is 34%. I'm supposed to have 60 to start with. Harflip Pim, thanks so much to 38
Have a
fucking
great
months.
day, G.
You too, man. Thank you. I'm supposed to have Lightning Breast covered from other sources so I can have mana. And every time I get more mana, I will do more damage with the Stygian Beam damage. Here's the question, though. Here's the question. The on-hit damage by the Stygian Beam is not changing the poison damage, right? So why are we stacking so much fucking mana outside of just sustaining life drain? If the damage is just to apply frequency. You can only see it go 999. Won't show the number after that. Okay. Yo, EMP, what do you say there? Right now, we're stacking mana to increase the Stygian Beam damage. But the Stygian Beam damage is not very high. Now, sure, I'm lacking damage, but we are scaling dot damage, poison damage. Why are we focusing so much on pushing the mana? Because if I understand it correctly, the hit damage of Stygian Beam has nothing to do with my actual damage output. So the only reason we want mana is just for the frequency. Or sorry, intelligence is for the frequency, but we don't need mana other than to sustain this cast. Because we had a planner up on 1.1 thousand mana. We don't need that. So if I'm sustaining at 400 mana, that's fine. I have 43 mana regen here. Look at this. We don't need mana regen at all here. Because we're going to have a tier 7 mana regen here. We won't need the mana here either. We definitely... Oops. Definitely don't need the mana here. I think I have on my belt. Yeah, I mean, belt we can keep, but I don't think there is intelligence on the belt, is there? No, there's not. So mana regen there, sure. But the other prefix here would be over damage over time. There is no reason why we would push mana. And in here, damage over time goes tier 5, and we do intelligence tier 7. We definitely don't need... Do I have mana on my chest, actually? Okay, so I have 109 mana here. But I'm gonna get compensated for that from the chest. So we don't need the flat... Well, no, we don't need the flat mana here either. Now we can level up Wandering Spirits. Will that even help us, though? You can get some more damage, that's about it. I mean, first off, we would do tier 7 intelligence. Actually, we wouldn't because you have the health here. But we could have damned on hit instead. Not that it matters much. Why Theorycraft now, though if we get the new patch notes today or until Friday this week, a lot will change anyways. So first off, I have access to the CT, and I can't talk about those things. The second thing is that I am testing concepts of how to make this specific thing work, so that if things changes in the patch notes to this, I can easily apply the changes if I understand fully how this works, and I have something ready to play that works. That's why. Do we care about level of life drain? I don't think we care about level of life drain at all. We can make it do some more damage. Dreadshade, Reaper, Sacrifice, Soul Feast, Wraith. Wandering Spirit was also irrelevant. Mana Gain on Harvest. I mean, we would still do mana here. We would still do mana because there's nothing else to do. Because I don't think leveling Wandering Spirit is going to benefit us. Well, like I said, I'm not allowed to share any of those information. So what I'm doing is I'm playtesting a concept. So if things are changing, I can easily apply those changes to what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm doing it. That's useless. So I don't know, like, what other stuff would we need for the mana? Because here's the thing. I am currently sustaining with 400 mana. And I have mana on... I don't even have mana on the helmet. I don't need a 12% mana regen. So this mana regen goes into the chest. And I'm actually sustaining this. So I would put a mana on my chest. It also means that I definitely don't need Mana Blessing. Why the fuck would I want the Mana Blessing at this point? Because there's nothing else to do, right? We can keep the Lightning Rest in that case. Because I don't need actual mana for this build, right? So then we can do actual Lightning Rest instead. Which alleviates the problem. I think I already have it here. I do. This alleviates a lot of pressure on gear. Because now we're overcapped in Lightning Rests. And we keep the mana regen on the Mad Alchemist. Or I just say fuck it and we go for a Chitin. 48% more spell damage. But I get armor shred and stuff like that. And I get poison. Which I would get on a Chitin as well for that matter. So what I think is Mad Alchemist Ladle would be better if I have it at LP2. But you can use a Chitin with the mana. So spell damage per negative ailment doesn't work on it. Is that the case? Because then Mad Alchemy's Ladle can really go throwing itself out the fucking window. Thanks. So this only scales with dots. Then Mad Alchemy's Ladle really goes thrown out the window. Then we are gonna want to run a Chitin, which is a dagger. And we would run it with damage over time and mana regen. But we would do... Do I even need a tier 7 on it? I don't. I really don't. We can do a tier 5 and have tier 7 damage over time instead. And then we do overtime. No, poison. Poison, thank you. Chance to poison on hit. And then the poison shared, right? Or penetration, yeah. So we would play it like this. So here's another thought. This defeats the purpose of running and this shit, thank you. This defeats the purpose of Orion's Eye, which is a good thing because it's really fucking rare. Why would I run this now? The purpose was to get mana and move away the necessity of void resistance. But now we're running a lightning rest in here. And where's the lightning rest I put? I have lightning rest in there. So if I were to change this lightning rest for void rest as an example, you know, 38 void rests, I'm still overcapped in lightning. I have a stupid amount of poison rest, which we do need. I no longer need this. I could go back to an Omni. Or we use a rare one. Because right now, the only thing this does is reducing less fire damage taken, and all void damage gets reduced heavily because it's less fire damage taken. It's turned into fire, and I reduce fire damage taken, right? That's the only thing this one does right now. So Omni would work, gives me a tons of rest, or plus to all skill. What other do we need? Can we use? That one's useless. Omni is okay. Over time. Useless. We can do Oracle's Amulets. If we do go for a non-unique. We can get HP. Oracle's Amulets. HP, and the rest is kind of whatever, right? So I guess we do an Oracles. So if we do an Oracles, we have damage over time and poison damage or poison penetration. Suffix-wise, we have poison resistances. HP. Can't we get shred from here? We can actually shred as well for more damage. So over time will look like this. We get a resistances, obviously, my bad. Poison damage. I save this. I need some void rest. And my defensive scaling is now better because of that change alone. So no longer running, and it's not rare anymore. So now we got significantly more damage, and we got a lot more defense from this change alone. 5,500 lives, is that enough, boys? I really like this idea a lot more. And if you want to skip defensive stats, you'd go for more intelligence. So basically, the whole idea is just get as much intelligence as you can. I can lower my defensive pool for more frequency. So here's the follow-up question, though. Dots don't leech for me. Which means that my leech is exclusively coming from on hit. Which is going to happen very rapidly because of the intelligence. But I'm not scaling the high-end damage that I'm doing that gets me the leech. So what solutions do we have to leech? We can have increased leech rate, but it's like... And I don't think there's any flat HP on hit, right? Because one of the problems we've encountered right now is that we're unable to wire the gloves because of Mark of the Rats. So what it does is that the gloves apply Mark for Death for us, and whenever we go use Mark for we have Mark for Rat, we don't have to be in Profane Veil for this to take effect. So all the stacks of damned and poison spreads. So this is how I get AoE clearing with the dots. So every time it hits something, it will just spread that to the next pack of enemy, right? So that way I can spread the dots and I get the poison overload much quicker this way as well. So I think that's a really good way to get that AoE clearing from Profane Veil. That allows me to have this consistent approach of actually applying Mark for Death. Sorry, to apply an AoE clear with it. Because when you do dots, right, I'm not AoE hitting. I would then have to hit every single enemy multiple times and try to get the spread of the poison that way. This allows me to very effectively spread the poison. But I mean, needless to say, the biggest issue I have is when I go low in HP, I am then relying on the fact that this heals me more, but I'm damaging myself, so all my life region's gone. So I'm only healing, which is not that much from this effect right now. But what also happens is I am leeching. Now, I only have 1% leech right now. So maybe the solution is that I move some points over to get more percent leech. Because we're dropping a lot of our on-hit damage when we do this. I just don't know where I would take those. Because I could take this, but then I lose 35% additive damage. Oh, yeah. I could drop 3 points out of this. Very low poison chance. Still get the overload. I think we're gonna drop 3 points out of this. I don't have any other solution to it. That would make sense. So we drop 3, put those in. Since the whole purpose now is to talk back to Torchlight.
Hello, traveler.
Yeah, that's you could have thought that, but that wasn't the case. So if we do it this way,
It eludes
I think that'll be better. Then I do this. Delete. Import filter. Testing, poison, lock, bullshit. And I don't think I had any shit in daggers outside of this one. Essentially, well, I essentially need to clear all of it. And then I would need mana regen And I would need... Where did my planner go? Damage over time and poison, and then poison pen. Yes, that's amazing. Amulet wise, we said Oracle. And Oracle, we wanted health, dot, poison, void rest. What's the name of that other amulet? There's another amulet that has lower damage over time. That's the name of that one. Let's just look for amulets. Is it that one? No, that's lightning rust, cold rust, throwing. So that one, that's cast speed. And those are Oracle. Crit. I actually don't have that other one. Okay. Gamble amulets for base. Yeah, but it's gonna have very low forging potential if I gamble them. If we do this change, I will need void resistance. Okay. So if I do this, I will need a lot of void rust, which I currently can put in here. And then we chaos craft this for intelligence. Or damage over time, yo. This one's done. Done. Weapons, dog shit. So now I'll need void rust. We can actually work with this. So I'll seal this. And we said damage per time, poison, health, void. So void rest over time. Then we max this first. Okay, that went to shit. But that would work. And the others are shit, so we just equip that. And we're almost capped, so we'll do a little bit more damage now. We'll have a little bit better leech. If I think Last Epoch is worth the price, type exclamation mark Nexus and have fun. I definitely think it's worth it, 100%. We need endurance, so we need to go to Spirits of Fire over here. I think that this game is without a doubt worth the money, 100%. You compare which you enjoy the most. I mean, PoE is always going to be the highest, but they're also 10 years ahead in progression. I had more fun with Last Epoch than the 4 certain season. We can do a quest echo here soon as well, so this is good. Alright, let's test this. Alright, maybe I should. Now my aura is active. It's not active. You see my life? So that's a result of me not having enough poison res. It seems. The rest has to come from leeching. God damn, that's something in my eye. Oh. Alright. I'm not sure about the spirit play choice though. Poison overloads kicking. So that's fine. And I have my panic button. I mean, again, I have very bad damage, right? Don't get to see any cool numbers though. Then we have the panic button. Considering the level of my gear being as bad as it is, still doing 200 plus corruption right now. Like, look at my life. Here's the problem. I need to leech more. So now we have a problem with sustaining the life. Now I'm supposed to get more endurance, but endurance is not going to get me more sustain. So when I take a big hit, do some damage on me, please. Okay, so see my life now. Here's my leeching that I have. It's very hard for me to get my life back up. That is a problem. And the only change I did was get me more leech. I'm not sure if leech rate would help. Now, obviously, I'm fucking myself over with the poison damage because it is. And when I'm fighting, I will damn myself, so I will lose my health regen. So, I need to find a way to increase the sustain of my life. And the only option I can think of is leech rates. Obviously, with more damage, I'll do more, but that's poison damage. Damage over time, none of which actually gives me leech. So, what do you guys have in mind, or do you guys have any ideas of how I can get better life sustain that is not regen? Yes, but I'm not sure if there is any life on a hit modifier. Not that I know of. is, I mean, if we do... we get increased leech rates. Yeah, the leech still works when I'm hitting lots. Absolutely. It's just that I just tested it, though. I mean, I literally just tested. I have 85 intelligence. I'm supposed to have 50% more of that, which is more frequency. But the problem right now is that my leech is not doing enough. That's how I feel, right? So if I go low life, or if I get a large hit that puts my life at 50%, I am not able to get my HP back up very quickly. And that's a problem. Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that poison does not... poison damage doesn't leech to me. Poison or damage over time does not leech. It's only the on-hit damage, which right now is the Stygian Souls. This is the one that's hitting it a lot. But we are not scaling this damage. I have 300 mana. I'm supposed to have a little bit more, so it would do a little bit more damage, which will leech a little bit more. And I would hit faster. I'm not sure if there is a way to meet leech better. No, because the way Stygian Coal works is that this damage shouldn't turn into poison. It's still a necrotic hit. It doesn't convert the damage. Unless I spec into this one, I guess. Would that work? Would specking into Drain Virulence make the necrotic beam hit poison? Is that a thing? Where can I get level of Drain Life? Because if it's on a body armor, we can drop the mana. That would be 4 extra. We can try. It would be like this instead. And then Drain Life would be fast track to that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I cut points out of this. That's 2. Now I only need a tier 5. Right? We could do that. So if I remove points, 1, 2, 3, I will need another one. I'll take that from now. Did I have any Drain Life? Can't use this. I mean, we'll level it up and test it, because if that works, will that fix the leech? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's level the skill up a little bit. You see my life, right? This is the problem we have right now. My life is not sustaining. And then when I'm leeching, it seems to do, right? Because the other solution is to have my, instead of Spirit Play, I'd have something that gives me life leech. That is the other solution. I mean, how I can even use, oh no, it's overcasting. I mean, my mana is a problem right now. Chaos Bolt is an option at that point. I just can't over spam the ability. I think I'm just over spamming the fucking thingy. See how bad the leech is here? Consistently on a low HP. And that's a problem. You can leech with dots. Well, I thought the dots didn't leech. Alright, they don't crit, but they can leech. Okay. So maybe it's just because I'm not doing enough damage and I'm lacking gear. That is the problem with my current state. But like, I should be able. Like, I wonder if the beams. So then it's just my damage is so low that I'm unable to leech properly. Okay, now we have necrotic on the beams. And now we have poison on it. Now the necrotic damage of this is turned into poison. I can't tell if it's doing more damage or not. Or if I'm leeching more. I mean, I know I'm not doing much damage, but I mean, I feel like I should be doing more. So I don't think this is the way to do it. We can't sub life drain for anything else because life drain is how we initiate stage and call. You have to use life drain. You don't have a choice. Okay, so I'm definitely going to go back to not doing that. The other thing we were talking about is what if we skip Spirit Plague? Because we could go Chaos Bolt and have Rip Blood twice per second guaranteed. Like, we could easily just do that. We have Mortality's Wrath. We can just cast the Chaos Bolt, have 3 Rip Bloods, which is just going to give us a little bit of HP. So that's definitely a way to do it. Would you poison with this? No, we can't do that. But we could have this as a strict bone curse. Just a base bone curse, rip blood. Get ourselves some fucking health and mana. So I cast this one to just generate some mana and some hits for leeching and HP. That would actually be a play instead of Spirit Plague. But it's not like it won't do any damage. There is 0 damage from this. It also means we kind of want cast speed, though. if we're only doing it for life, then we might as well just sit and cast fucking Rip Blood. Then why not just cast Rip Blood then? No, we would still need the gloves because this would only cast... Well, sure, Chaos Bolts would only hit... Sure, we would get Bone Curse, but we don't get Marked for Death. So I'd still want to do that. Plus, we are doing that entire reason is so we get Marked for Death so that we can spread the poison for AoE clearing. That's kind of like the whole point of it. I don't think Fisher is worth it, though. It's an option, but it doesn't prevent. It doesn't get us that situation with the leech sorted. But what about just casting Rip Blood? Global spell damage is not going to help the poison. We can get cast speed. We can basically remove the mana cost and get cast speed. HP, health restore per intelligence is going to be insanely high as well, since we're going to have so much intelligence. You're saying you wouldn't take the Mark in Bone Curse? But where would you place Bone Curse in the skill? We can replace one skill. Which one are you now replacing as well? You're talking about replacing 2 skills. We can't. Profane Veil is for AoE stacking spread of the poison. Drain Life is a must. Wandering Spirit is free because of this. And this one is for the Ailment stacking ourselves as a defensive layers. We only have one ability we can change. We can't use it. Like, we're skill starved. It's going to be very hard to fit. If we cast manually... we can go in for the coagulated blood, but none of this is going to do poison unless we go in. Well, we could do this. We can turn all of the bleed poison or bleed chance into poison chance. When a patch now has no idea. Let's humor the idea of this. If we were to go skills, we would cut this out. We don't need that anymore. We would go back to that. But we don't need drain life levels anymore. Which means we are going back to... increase damage, Rip Blood, and blood splatter. Poison damage, poison. Okay, we sealed that one. We don't need to seal that. We just do that instead. Covers our poison rest and then some. No, we can't do life regen because we're gonna kill ourselves for that because of the warlock node. But what we can do is skip Spirit Plague and put in Rip Blood. We need these nodes. We don't need to go Coagulated Blood. But this one's super big with the intelligence stack that we're doing. We're going to want mana cost reduction and cast speed. We're going to want that. Or 5% is kind of whatever. And if we then look at poison. Blood splatter. Yeah, but that's blood splatter. We don't care about that. We're not going to go that far anyways. Because this is a must. And these are a must. So we get 5+ here. Bleed chance 100% on the ability. And bleed chance turns into poison. The specialize. We go Rip Blood. Blood splatter is 100% twice per cast. Yes. So how are we going to fit it though? We obviously want the bleed to turn into poison. You want to go all the way down here, but we are using the main purpose of Rip Blood is to give us HP. So we have to do the cast speed. We have to reduce the mana cost. We have to take this. We have to take this. There is not enough points to get down here. I mean, maybe I can take 1 point away from this and put it in Eviscerate, right? But that's not going to get us down there. We had to spend passive points for Bleed Overload. But for Bleed Overload to even function... what then happens is that we would need to apply 25 stacks of bleed. We don't have a lot of scaling of actually bleeding. Now we have to change the entire approach to the build. I don't think Blood Splatter is the play. That's a must. That is a must. We would get mana. Let's try this, see how it feels. Let's test it out. Because this might actually be the solution we're looking for. Let's see if I can just face tank this guy. Look at the life. Well, the sustain is there. Not really. We don't have to cast Rip Blood. We would mainly use it when we need HP. That's the point, right? We kind of want the mana, I guess, but I don't think we need to care about it to play this properly. I don't think this is bad. It definitely seems to be a pretty reasonable way of playing. So this is how you play the game, right? I have my spirits. I do this shit. Oh, I need HP. I cast Rip Blood a few times. So I gotta hit something as well, obviously. But like, so when I need HP, all I do is cast fucking Rip Blood. That's not enough. Did I miss target or something? I mean, obviously, cast speed would be preferable if we do it this way. I don't know what the other solution would be, though. Because, like, right now, we need to get more leech happening. That was the biggest issue moving forward with it. If you're able to play something similar by Chaos Bolt and Overlord, the healing was so OP because you don't need to target it. That's the perk of Chaos Bolt, yes. And you get this one. So I mean that's the other solution, right? But it's not like it's gonna ramp my damage up. And the only purpose of this, well, we get a little bit of that as well, but I mean, if you were to do this, you would spec projectiles, you get that, you get this, you get that. And now we get some hit damage versus curse. We're not going to do much damage with that, so we do those. Rest of the points is kind of irrelevant, so I guess you could increase damage chance or maybe ignite chance, not that it matters. We can have them hit the larger area. More projectiles. That's for minions. But Draga, you have to hit 25 bleed stacks for it. It would make sense if we could utilize it when we are clearing. We're not going to hit 25 bleed stacks on a boss with just this ability. And by the time we reach 25 collective bleed stacks with casting this without any scaling or cast speed, the pack is already dead, or I am dead. So that's not going to work either. It just won't work. Do this. I think for a bleed focus ailment, it makes perfect sense. But we're not doing bleed focus ailments. Okay. Sure. The cast speed is horrendous, though. Like, actually horrendous. I think maybe it's just about getting more damage so that the dots will actually leech. I think that's the problem we're facing. But I hope that's the case, because we're doing. I mean, you see this. I can't leech that damage. I literally cannot leech it. And I have this, and I even have this with 85 intelligence. I am unable to leech. So Rip Blood is still a better choice now. But Rip Blood I have to target, which is frustratingly annoying. But it is a better solution, and I guess just staying the fuck away from enemies when you're playing. But we have to keep in mind that by doing this solution, we have dropped a lot of extra damage from Damned Plague and Poison that came from Spirit Plague. And it's a curse, for that matter. So, I'm not sure. Ay, 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 ay. Soul Feast. We're making necrotic fist and then we get health. You use a mini focused build in Last Epoch and that lets me feel more engaged, kind of like Shadow Blight or Corpse Explosion. There's a couple builds you can look at. I'd say type exclamation mark build, go to the Icy Veins Last Epoch section there, and look at the Acolyte Necromancer. And check out those builds, see if there's any of those that fits your description the best. I think Soul Feast is shit. I mean, so basically what I'm thinking is either you do Spirit Plague or you do the Fissure, right? For poison conversion. But you'll have to get the damage to leech. And I mean, if you look at the gear, I'm doing 250 corruption, or is it higher? 215 actually, sorry. I have a weapon that looks like this. My gear is beyond dog shit. I should be doing significantly more damage than I am. I don't have the LPs done either. So maybe the problem is just that I just don't have enough damage to apply the leech that I need. So I'll have to test it with better gear. Because that seems to be the core problem right now. Which means that I will either run Spirit Plague or I'll run the Fissure. And if we do Fissure, just to humor the idea of it, this will turn Ignites into Poison Chance, right? We can even pop the double one and have the Spirit Frequency. Don't need a necrotic resistance thingy. Mana refunded. Second. Let's see. Was worth a shot. I think it's really just close to Rip Blood is the target thing. Yes. Sorry, quite a bit happening on the screen. The spells on finicky targeting. So, like, the problem I have is that I think that with enough damage, I can just use either Spirit Plague or Fissure. I wouldn't mind using Fissure for this. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't mind using Fissure at all. The other solution is straight up using Transplant Spect for the purpose of bone armor for defenses. But again, I need to do damage to leech. The other solution I have is life regen, which feels ass to begin with. But then I can't use this. So if I do Fissure out of curiosity, Fissure would need to go for fire to poison, and Ignite goes poison chance. We can double the points here, 10% multiplicative damage, and then we can get Ignite chance. And that Ignite turns into poison. So we would do... I guess we would do this for multiple stacks of poison, right? Then we have Torment. Lasts longer. Any Ignite, Poison, Bleed, Inflicted by Iconic Fissure also lasts longer. We could do that. We need to do the mana refund. We want the tormented enemies die when they have a chance to release a spirit to inflict and torment another enemy. That doesn't really matter too much. The problem is the mana cost of this. We cannot do the double one. This is irrelevant. Spirit frequency would be good to have, of course. Torment spreads Ignite stacks. So I guess that's spreading poison then. And torment damage. We have damn stacks. Damage per necrotic rest. And this is necrotic damage. Necrotic rest stack. Fire rest shreds. It doesn't convert that. The Spirit Freak, Infernal Shades, remaining damage. Fissure fire damage on hit. That will be poison damage on hit then, I'm guessing. But it doesn't say that it can be converted to that, which is very awkward. We can make it a travel skill, which is pretty cool. Vicious spell damage for 2% ignite. We don't care about the damage you do, and we definitely don't need the crit either. Direct damage bonus per second. Fissure health life leech. It's not bad to go for either. We can now have additional fixtures active at the same time, but they release less frequently. We don't want that. So I guess we can make it a traversal skill. And we'll use that instead of transplant. So we can do that. Run Fissure over transplant. And then this doesn't convert to the ailments also spread. So I guess we will do this. We can increase the damage. I think we just do increase spirit frequency. Not really, no. So if I were to do this, because this was shit, and Fissure, and this would be in here then. And we need the mana costs. Okay, it doesn't cost that much. Doesn't seem that bad. New Last Epoch patch? We haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. So we would do that as a... Oh, Jesus. Fuck's hitting me. Wait, why do I have right click chaos? But what did I remove? What did I remove? That replaces transplant, but what the fuck do I have here then? I guess that one. Then I can do that. I mean, I'd rather do this than... Okay. Not that I would ever actually use that. Okay, let's test how this feels. So I'll have that. Well, I guess on leech. I mean, again, the problem is the leeching, right? Skills, Fisher. Okay, that felt really bad. Fisher. We'll just do it this way. I like that HP. Okay. I have to see how it feels with the damage though. Wait, I need fucking spirits. Drain life. Here we go. Now we can play. Alright, let's play. We're maxing that? Yes, we are. I mean, it's mostly just staying away from the enemies. That's kind of like the name of the game. And then panic button for the form, right? So maybe it's just me making sure that I play the build better. Maybe that's the problem. So this is how it would look right now. Where's life drain? I've realized it. Go into panic form, poison overload, everything up. And life, get that node. I need one more. And acknowledge that removing it, even the bar is having an activist cheese. You're still only able to spec into X amount of abilities. I don't know, it just feels awkward with the leech. Like that's where I'm at. I feel like it's awkward. We'll do this. I think the hit version was way cooler so far. Just don't know how to solve the sustain in that one better. Like I was able to do a lot more damage with that, but I mean we could just do like Dreadful did the fucking Vessel of Strife region strategy, but I feel like that just feels awkward. I don't know, dude. It just feels a bit weird, generally. We'll see how it feels. All right. I don't know. Maybe it's just the damage. Like, I don't have the LP. We're doing like 200 plus corruption, right? So maybe I should just have my LP stuff sorted. But the hit version did so much more damage. Like, so much more. Consistent 100k crits. It was beautiful. Problem was the sustaining of it. Hey, Sucker Ball, can I do it bad? Okay, covering the entire chat with this fucking sub badge. With the emotes. Is that from the redeems? Gigantify an emote. Ah, shit. That's funny. That's Sugar Malkin. How you doing, man? How much is the cost to do that? 60? What the fuck? That's gotta be higher, man. Wait, is that bits? Is that bits or channel points? Oh, it's bits. Oh, I'll just leave it like that then. What the hell? That's funny. That's one of the new ones, right? I haven't seen it before. That's funny. Holy shit. But yeah, I mean, sustain is the biggest issue. I felt like the Lich version you and I worked on last night, MP, was way better. Yeah, I didn't want like fucking channel points. I was about to race it to 600 or 6,000. That would have been a little overkill for bits. 6K bits, fuck that. That's what I'm saying. So I think the issue I have, EMP, is like I feel like sustaining myself is a huge problem with this, which was less of a problem with the Lich version, but it was still kind of problematic with the whole play style with the Chaos Bolt. It was very, very wonky. EA level of greed. Oh, man. I just don't know what else we can do. I mean, best case scenario, in my opinion, is that the... Wait. What about a life-based hit version, MP? At least horse armor. What about a life-based... Because when we do the hit version, we were doing 100k crits, which would mean that the fucking... life endurance. So I checked the EHP. We don't need endurance threshold. If you have a Revenant armor and a Revenant helmet, and then the blessing for endurance, which is what we have here. Let me show you. So I have mediocre rolls, 57 endurance, and all I have it from is base stat, helmet, and blessing. That's it. And you get more EHP for a life roll. Both percent and flat gives you better EHP than endurance threshold. The threshold. So we could just take the what we have and stop thinking about ward, because that one will fucking leech. a lot, right? And we don't have to worry about casting Chaos Bolt as much in that approach either, if we do it that way. And maybe we could incorporate the idea of this. But I don't think we need it. All I'm saying is that the leech would cover the sustain multiple times over if we did that. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, MP. You get better EHP from getting the 60% endurance and then not going endurance threshold scaling. Just go life instead of endurance threshold gives you better EHP because we'll sustain the life with the life version over ward. Armor is the other question. Armor is the only other question. But like I hit 10,000 EHP on this, on Fizz, for example, and that's only with 1,000 armor. I think that might be the better play. And just finding, like, we don't need to use certain items. Like, we don't need the tongue. We don't necessarily need Mortality's Grasp, since we can actually self-cast the Bone Curse. We can have Transplant Spect for Bone Armor. And we can look into scaling up armor in general from other sources because of those changes. No. I only had the fucking coal? What do you mean? My hit was just legendaries? What are you talking about? I'm saying that a hit-based version would sustain significantly better and just ignore the ward and do the life scaling instead. Because you can sustain that. Because we had problems sustaining the ward. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We don't need those anymore. We just need to run the coal. And I think that might be the better play. And that means we go back to Lich, which means we have Lich form with a massive amount of Leech. So double HP on top of that. I mean, after all the testing we've done so far, that seems to be the best play. Is that my name on it? Call it? Wow. EM power. That's funny. Oh, there's a note in the Discord for you, EMP, in the Last Epoch, by the way. Okay. We're getting Twitch drops. That's nice. Okay. Yeah, I saw the post from Photon. I just looked at it right now. Okay. All right. Gucci, Gucci. No, it was just a Photon message. Anyways, guys, I don't think there's anything else we could test because I don't have the stuff for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it. I'm going to have a little time with my family and get a few things done tonight and prep it because I'm flying to LA on Sunday and I'll be back tomorrow for some final testing. We also have Torchlight coming out. So it's very likely that I'll spend some time with some Torchlight stuff tomorrow because Torchlight's releasing on the 4th, and I want to get ready for that. And there's a lot of cool things happening with Torchlight, so I'll be focusing a lot of my effort on Torchlight stuff starting tomorrow, and then we have Last Epoch launching on the 9th. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate it. Hope you guys had fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, as always, stay safe and keep rocking, everybody.